They sip my drink, they wait for you and me. Every time you dey near, my body they spark. Now you they give me courage to stay on track. Oh baby, love no be joke. You dey make my heart they float. No carry wahala enter for my zone. I dey for you, you dey for me, we dey go. They talk say woman must learn to endure, but as I be my value, no they look for cure. If you go the real, baby, make we collabo. Love the sweet pass any other demo. See the way you they carry me high. For your side, as I be love so fast. So far as I go sing.
I'm Vanessa Gabriel, Chief Operating Officer, PowerPoint Systems, and I'm here as moderator for our next session, with the title being The Balancing Act, Mapping Open Access, Bulk Supply and Market Demand. I will introduce our two panelists to the stage. Victor Koyer is a renewable energy and infrastructure expert with experience in developing and structuring solar PV and battery storage projects across sub-Saharan Africa, with over 20 years in the renewable space. Victor's work supports sustainable, bankable energy solutions that advance Africa's clean energy transition and inclusive growth. Let's give him a hand as he comes to the stage. Karibu, Victor. The second panelist is here on behalf of Cosmas Musyoki, who is the founder and CEO of PowerPoint Systems East Africa Limited, a leading clean energy firm headquartered in Nairobi, Kenya, with over 35 years of experience in the energy sector. He established PowerPoint Systems in 2002. Over the past 23 years, he has guided the company's growth from a startup into a fully diversified energy firm dedicated to accelerating Africa's transition to sustainable energy. Representing him is Joseph Gitonga, Head of Business Development, PowerPoint Systems. Let's give him a clap. Karibuni sana. So we'll just dive right into the first question, which is setting the stage, the evolving African power market. This question goes to you, Victor Koyer. How do you see the concept of open access evolving across African power markets? And which countries are leading this transition?
Thank you very much, Vanessa. So if you're more or less looking at the power pool, open access, so we have different countries that are prospecting, leading on this particular case. So I could possibly mention some of this country and maybe give you sort of like a high-level view in respect to the status of the open access that these particular countries. Maybe I can mention the first 4 countries. So I'll possibly start with South Africa. So South Africa, if you're more or less looking at the open access, this is something which is pretty much being pushed through Eskom, and there's quite a lot of energy traders in South Africa. And in regards to the embedded generations, so we've seen a lot of new trajectory in response to how you can do wheeling and also open access through energy trade. But also if you're looking at the bulk supply model that they are currently using at the moment, they have the single source whereby they have the single buyer whereby you have to sign a contract with an IPP, or potentially you can use bilateral trade whereby you can get power maybe from the South African power pool. And this is something which is ongoing, and it's something which is interesting. But if you're now looking back home, Kenya, yes, partially we do have open access, but I do believe that there's some few frameworks that needs to be puzzled out so that at least we can have an ease flow for each, let's say, enablers within this particular space. But what we've seen in terms of the bulk supply model that are currently in Kenya is that we have the single buyer option, whereby, of course, we have the IPP, independent power producers, who sign directly with Kenya Power. But now on the bilateral options, you've heard today from the PS, he did mention that we have a bilateral option whereby we have power that is coming from Ethiopia, close to around 400 megawatts, and also power coming from Tanzania. So that's some of possibly open access that we've seen in Kenya, but there's a huge participation that is currently ongoing within East African Power Pool, which is also something that pretty much interesting. Maybe just the last country that I can possibly provide much more details will be Nigeria. So Nigeria is a country whereby there's a lot of disco, so meaning that the distribution companies. So we have, it's a fragmented country. Yes, in terms of the open access, it's pretty much partial, but under the new transition of Energy Act that was initiated a couple of months ago, so there's sort of like a division within Transmission Company of Nigeria, where now each particular, let's say, disco, they can easily try to do their own generation, which is embedded, and sell it to the various parties within the energy space. So they are more or less focusing on the franchising model, which is something which is critical. So I will say that open access is a new thing that is pretty much coming up within Africa, but there's a lot of improvement that needs to be undertaken. So yeah, so those are some of the few countries, but other countries are also developing open access within Africa.
Thank you, Victor. On economics of bulk supply and demand, this question goes to Joseph. How do current bulk power procurement mechanisms, i.e. PPAs, bilateral contracts, and spot markets affect market efficiency?
Thank you for that question. So how these three affect, that is bulk power procurement in Africa, is we are all familiar with PPAs, which is actually the easiest or maybe the fastest mode of purchasing power that we are used to as in Africa, and more so also in Kenya. So for PPA, which is power purchase agreements, these are able to stabilize. They're able to stabilize IPPs, that is finances, and because most companies don't really put their funds to purchasing power, or just put all their facilities to purchasing power. So PPA is the best way to go for IPPs, because they get to, it is for a long period of time. That is one, because for many PPAs, we get PPAs for 15 years, 20 years, and in most cases, it provides revenue stabilities. That is for the IPPs. We call them independent power purchasers. And then if you talk of bilateral contracts, this enables for producers and large consumers to negotiate on the terms that they want to go into. So bilateral contracts are a bit also efficient, but we have not yet, not many people have yet dived into bilateral contracts, but this provides a chance or an opportunity for producers and large consumers to be able to engage. And of course, this gives them flexibility in bulk power purchasing. And then you talk about spot, that is the spot market, that is of course the spot market. Even so, in African countries, we have not yet encountered such deals or such contracts in the market. These are yet some mechanisms that we have not yet indulged into. Myself, as an EPC, and an EPC that we engage a lot of financing companies, that is both locally and international financing companies. Spot market is not something that many companies, more so in Africa and the Kenyan market, it's not a big market that we have, dived into. So we are more used into power purchase agreements and bilateral contracts. So which of course it has proven that is the most efficient way of bulk purchasing. Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. Back to the evolving African power market, setting the stage. Victor, this is for you. What are the biggest bottlenecks in allowing large consumers to buy power directly from generators?
This is a very good question, and I wish Kenya Power was here. But anyway, I could say there's quite a lot of bottlenecks within the open access, and especially if you are more or less looking on huge power or large consumers trying to buy directly. So some of the bottlenecks that we've possibly seen is that we rightfully know that there's issues in terms of the transmission and distribution constraints. So like the grid has some defects in response to maybe the voltage issues. In terms of the transmission, there's always issues with our network. So this is something that we've seen with both the distribution side of the entities and also the transmission side of the entities. But also what we also seeing is that more or less like we have a single buyer source in terms of the utility. So we have the utility company who's possibly restraining someone to sell directly. So whereby maybe if I want to generate up to maybe 5 or 10 megawatts and I want to sell to manufacturer A, so there's always some checklist that one has to go through. However, those checklists, we know they're always bottlenecks because they cannot easily allow one of their biggest, let's say, consumer of power to go just like that way. And then also the other thing, also what we see in respect to the off-takers. So some of these large entities, they're not be bankable, so they might lack creditworthiness. So if you're more or less looking at the financial model, trying to come up with maybe a PPA or a leasing structure, and then later on you're trying to raise funds and you ask them for possibly guarantees, or maybe you can ask them from any other aspects that can mitigate any risk. There's always some questions there's always some issues associated in providing such. So I think that's some of the key bottlenecks. We have quite a number, but I could say those are the key 3 bottlenecks that we see mostly on the large scale consumers that are pretty much looking on this space of open access.
Thank you, Victor. That's well articulated. Joseph, this is for you. What are the economic risks and opportunities for independent power producers under emerging open access models?
Thank you. I'll touch on 2 opportunities for IPPs. That is, I give an example of a Kenyan IPP. So the first opportunity is having broader customer base. Because, for example, in the new KPLC or Kenyan regulation, it allows IPPs to directly, sell power. Say, for example, a company in Naivasha can be able to sell power to maybe a cement company in the river. I don't know whether all of us know of that regulation that was passed. So this is through wheeling agreements. These are all done via KPLC. In that, if you have a production, or if you're producing power in a different county, you are able to sell that power to somebody else in a different setup. Like Naivasha can sell power to somebody like National Cement on this other side in Naivasha. And the other advantage or opportunities for IPPs is that the best price realization. So in most cases, I think this is more of in countries like South Africa, Nigeria, we are having the under energy trades licenses given. these are given to IPPs, and they are able to, to sell their power in negotiable prices, mostly for mining companies because they use more of it, more power during the day. For example, we know of people like Cross Boundary. That's what they are doing with most of these IPPs. So they are able to sell their power in negotiable prices. They are able to determine how much are they going to sell their power to companies, to mining companies in such regions. And then the risks are also there for IPPs. The number one risk that everyone knows is payment and credit risks. If you get yourself into a PPA, it's a bit, sometimes if you don't do your KYCs right, and you end up maybe giving a PPA agreement to a certain company X, and unfortunately maybe their cash flows are not constant for a certain number of years. Say maybe you enter into a 20-year or 15-year PPA. Most times these companies might close, and if they close, if you're the one who now was managing the plant, how are you going to be paid? Because you put in your investment there, and this company is not going to pay you if they close. So these are the risks that some of these companies go through, the payment and of course the credit risks. Yeah.
Well said. Thank you, Joseph. Victor, this one's for you. How are economic growth, industrialization, and urbanization influencing bulk power demand in Africa?
Yeah, thank you, Vanessa. So if you're more or less looking at the economic growth, so what we typically look is there'll be a more level of service in terms of commercial production. So whereby if there's more bulk power demand, so of course there'll be more service, and of course there'll be a lot of commerce production. If you more or less look at industrialization, there'll be expansion of manufacturing industry. So like for instance, there'll be essentially, if you're more or less looking at the EPZ zones, you'll be having quite a lot of, let's say, manufacturers coming all the way from overseas, trying to come and tap on this particular power demand. I think that we've seen lately in Ethiopia. So you've seen a lot of industrial growth going that direction because power there is relatively competitive. In terms of urbanization, so I could possibly mention this by highlighting Konza City. So Konza City, this is one of the subjective ways. So there's enough bulk power demand there because there's quite a lot of new setups which are being constructed there, and hence this enables the population to do their own activities. So I'll say urbanization will definitely grow if there is a surplus in terms of the bulk power demand. Just like an example in Kenya, Konza City is growing because there is enough power that is being supplied in that particular zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Joseph, final question for you. How can aggregators or energy traders help balance supply and demand in fragmented markets?
The best way to put this would be this by bridging small producers and consumers, and of course this would help pool distributors and in the renewable energy sector manage variability for solar or wind and stabilize pricing in fragment markets. This would be by introducing flexibility. Traders, of course, improve liquidity and enable small players to participate in power markets efficiently. I would also want to touch to combine it with the second last question, that is how can tariff structures and wheeling charges be designed to ensure fairness? And of course, this one where it says, how can aggregators and energy traders help balance supply and demand in fragment markets? So we all know KPLC has come up with the wheeling, the wheeling agreements. And this is through EPRA. So what is happening? They are putting it to be a balanced equation, all the way from the producers and to the consumers. So how it's working is through KPLC, you are able to sign a wheeling agreement whereby you're able to sell power to a consumer, or you're able to sell power to company X, through the KPLC's grid. Just the other day, they allowed, supplying excess power, feeding excess power to the grid. And this is by having manageable policies by KPLC, and all these players and all these stakeholders, they balance this equation, between energy traders and IPPs, that is the people who are purchasing these plants or selling this power. It is by having policies and equal policies and balanced policies whereby all this selling and buying of power is managed by KPLC and the likes of EPRA and all these people who manage power consumption or power distribution in the country. So that is one of the way of managing how this power is going to be supplied to the most demanding institutions, to the most demanding industries. Yeah.
Thank you, Joseph. So in conclusion, thank you to everyone for being part of this important discussion. We've learned that open access isn't just about policy, it's about people, progress, and partnerships. Together, we can light up Africa in smarter, cleaner, and fairer ways. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to our audience for your time and energy today.
Hello everyone. On behalf of the Powerelec 2025 Kenya team, I would like to extend a big thank you to Mr. Victor and Mr. Joseph, and also our moderator for the day, Vanessa, for an insightful session on balancing open access, bulk supply and market demand. These perspectives have truly set the tone for meaningful conversations ahead. We truly appreciate your time and expertise and the value that you have added to this session. Once again, thank you so much. Starting with a company presentation from Hexing. So we would like all of you to please be seated and get ready for that company presentation. Thank you. Pauline to give the company presentation exploring innovative solar solutions for CNI projects in Kenya. Welcome, Pauline.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We are very few, but we can be more energized, like those people at the expo side of life. My name is Pauline. I'm the marketing manager at Vixion-Tech East Africa, which is part of Exing Group. I'm accompanied by my colleague, Alfayo Wafula. Please come to stage. You can have a seat. We will be doing this presentation together with him, and I hope you're going to get some insights on what you can explore. So who are we? We've been in Kenya for long. You probably know us as Exing. Chances are high your energy meter in the house is Exing. But like we mentioned, we are a group of company. We have a global footprint. We are in so many countries with 16 factories globally, 3 of them in Africa, 1 of them being in Kenya. We have a factory in South Africa and in Nigeria. We do many things, but in terms of solar, one of the reasons why it is critical to partner with us because we are a one-stop shop in the sense that we have rich experience in energy industry. I just mentioned we've been in Kenya for over 2 decades. And in renewable energy, we have been doing projects for over 4 years now under the Vixion-Tech brand. We have global experience with localized service. We actually have a local after-sales support, something that is not common for most of the manufacturers. So if you have a challenge in Kenya, your problems will be solved in Kenya. And you'll see it echoed in the team structure that I'm about to share shortly. And we have complete customized solutions. Yeah? And by complete customized solution, I mean we have different segment of solutions, and most of our solutions are backed up with internal diagnostics. So I look at our team in the renewable energy. You can take some pictures if you see one that you like to link up with later. We have Mr. Joe, who is the regional CEO. We have Sophie, who is the Africa Renewable Energy Director. And we have Flem, who is Director of Renewable Energy in charge of C&I. We have myself as the Marketing Manager. We have Joseph. If you follow our social media pages, you probably have seen me. He's the After Sales Engineer. And I've just introduced Alfayo, who is the Solar Solutions Engineer. Before we continue, you may scan that so that if you have a query now or later, you can leave an inquiry. Also take that WhatsApp number so that if you have a question post this presentation, you are able to contact us later. Okay, +254 791 754 069. That is the company WhatsApp, and that is scanned for a form to send us inquiries in case they arise as the presentation goes on. I think the energy landscape has been clearly mapped today by the PS when he was here, by the MD for Kenya Power. But recently when this came out, it looked like a joke that soon we are going to have load shedding because of capacity issues. We also mentioned the PS himself. In fact, I think it's Mr. Victor. He had mentioned here that we need a little bit of predictability. You know, this month you have these bills, next month you have those bills. Can we really plan for our revenues? And if you are listed in the Nairobi Stock Exchange, you know you need to do some ESG reporting. Therefore, what does that mean when you're installing solar? Does the system that you have able to give you data that can feed into your ESG reporting? And we also know that part of the success factor of solar projects is whether the partner that you have is here for the long term, is whether the partner that you have has local support, and whether their products are reliable. These are some of the factors that are affecting the success of a solar installations. Because you may install something good today, but can it survive 10 years later? Can you rely on that partnership? It was good 5 years on, but is it good years later? And these are some of the problems that we as Livotech come to solve. Okay? So we, like I mentioned, we are not just here, but we are here with after-sales support with a local team, local expertise supported by our global team. And these are some of the solutions that we have. We are manufacturers, so we manufacture these products with internal R&D. And the segment of our solutions range from C&I to domestic. Like you can see from, is it pointing? From the very end, that is the energy cabinet that my colleague Wafula will be speaking about. And then all the way you can see we have different solutions, from the 30 kilowatt inverters to the all-in-one for domestic use to EV chargers. So we have a wide portfolio of solar solutions. And as I mentioned, today's presentation is focusing on the C&I solutions. The products that I've shown you have various applications. So we have application for factories. We will show you some cases. Our solutions are applicable for farms. We have seen some farms in Naivasha install our solutions. They are applicable for petrol stations. They are applicable for malls and hotels. In fact, a lot of hotels in the coastal side of Kenya have installed our systems. For schools and hospitals, in fact, if you're in solar and you're looking for the lowest hanging fruit, then schools are probably it, because that is where we have seen a lot of traction. And if you have a school and you're looking to install solar solutions, then we are your answer. And of course, different community projects. Just to highlight on the product that my colleague will be mentioning on, let me play a video. Technical team. Oh. Technical team, I need your support. This is one of our most recent developments. It's in the market. Okay, so we are showing tangible of what we have. One of the most stable solutions that we have for C&I solutions. And on that note, I want to welcome my colleague Alfayo to take us through the technical details of the product. I had shared this. You can have something to take home just so you remember. I will be seated later there so that if you'll have any more questions, you can come see me. Alfayo, karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Pauline, once again for the insightful introduction. My name is Alfayo Afula. I'm the Solar Solutions Engineer at Vixion-Tech East Africa. This afternoon, I'm going to take you through some of our solutions, our products, and later on I'll show you our case studies that we have implemented these projects so that we can be able to have a look at how we are helping businesses to achieve efficient and intelligent energy independence. So at Vixion-Tech, we offer comprehensive portfolio for energy solutions, like Pauline already mentioned. We have a number of solutions ranging from residential inverters with energy storage that provides backup and energy independence for homes, small enterprises, as well as advanced C&I systems built for scalability, performance, and long-term value. However, today we are going to focus on this product, which is our new and latest product in the market. It is it's one of the most innovative solutions. It's the cloud edge all-in-one energy system, which you have just seen in the video before. It's a liquid cooling energy storage system that adopts all-in-one design concept, integrating high-capacity batteries, high-performance PCS, intelligent energy management system, and a BMS all into a single unit. It's easy to deploy and scale, making it suitable for industrial parks, commercial complexes, and other grid-connected or off-grid applications. So the energy storage system is built for flexibility. It's a high-performance system delivering 125 kilowatt, and you can scale this to 1.25 megawatts. So you can parallel 10 of these to provide you with 1.25 megawatt, and each one is 261 kilowatt hour. So you can get up to 2.6 megawatt hour of storage from our solution. It's modular design and it allows for easy scaling as your energy needs grow day by day. And with the liquid cooling technology, this ensures efficiency, safety, and long-term battery life, even in high temperature areas. And like I said, it supports up to 10 units in parallel. So just one of the key features about this solution is that it's an all-in-one design, meaning it will save on your space. It has got a A+ level lithium battery, the high density and reliability. The cluster level management improves overall energy utilization. The smart temperature control enables, you can get up to 8,000 cycles out of this unit. It has got fast switching, less than 20 milliseconds. So it means your power will never drop. It has got 5 safety layers for full protection. It supports unbalanced loads as well. So combined with energy management system, the Vixion-Tech Cloud, our clients can monitor and forecast the energy use, optimize the energy dispatch between grid, solar, and battery, and you can be able to reduce your cost with the intelligent load shifting and peak shaving. So why our solution stands out? In the past, engineers have been designing most systems based on experience and guesswork, but today, our energy diagnosis system uses real data from your business to plan the right system. It studies your energy use and power outage history, so our engineers can design exactly what you need, not less and not too little. With Vixion-Tech all-in-one With Vixion-Tech all-in-one smart solution, you can enjoy features like peak shaving, self-use, and demand control, helping your business save more and run more smoothly. So this is just an illustration of our integrated system. You can see we have our panels, our inverters, the storage system, the transfer switch. You can also integrate the DG and the grid as well, and the EV charging all into one single unit, which you can be able to monitor from the Vixion-Tech cloud. So many C&I users face challenges with systems that are difficult to integrate, limited in scalability, and lack dependable after-sales support. Vixion-Tech addresses these gaps by providing pre-engineered modular systems that simplify installation and scaling, localized technical support through our engineering team that is the best here in Nairobi, and cloud energy management platform that ensures real-time visibility, system stability, and reliable long-term performance. This integrated approach guarantees high uptime, operational resilience, and sustainable value for every client. So I'll just take you through some of our case studies that we've been able to implement our projects. And for the global footprint, we have over 30 gigawatts deployed capacity with successful projects across Europe, Asia, Latin America, and Africa. This is one of the projects in South Africa. It's Eswatini. It's a 356 kilowatt peak solar project with 500 kilowatts and 1.25 megawatt hour base, which is about 6 and 6 kVA, and 6 and 60 kVA DG. So the power generation of this system is expected to generate about 551 megawatt hour of electricity in the first year, and 12,609 in 25 years, with an average annual power generation of 504.4 megawatt hour. Here in Kenya, we have also implemented a number of projects. These are just two of them. We have a project by the name Lansi project. It is a factory in Athi River. So we have implemented this project in two phases. The first phase is already done. It is 1.3 megawatt, and we did this with 9 125 kilowatt grid-tied inverters, a DC capacity of 1.3 megawatt peak. It's been running for the last 3 months, generating an average of 150,000 kilowatt hour per month with an annualized return approximately of 324,000 USD. So the next phase, which we are going into in the next couple of weeks, we are going now to deploy the 4 125 261, making it just comes to about 1044 kilowatt hour of storage that we're going to deploy at this factory. The energy storage and the PV, that's the enabling full self-consumption of the PV generation. The other project is Safom project. It's also in Athi River, Land 2. It's a 234 kilowatt peak with 90 kilowatt hour ESS. We deployed 36 of the 30 kilowatt inverters. Each is coupled up with 15 kilowatt hour of storage for the critical loads for this client. So thank you so much. Let me bring back Pauline to take it off from here.
So actually, before we even finish, you can imagine having a system of this scale and you're not able to do ESG reporting on it. What a waste, isn't it? This is why when you're investing, you need to check whether the product, the manufacturer that you're investing with is able to give you reports that will actually make sense, not just for power saving, but also for your ESG reporting, which makes sense. We need to report impact, okay? Today in the morning, there was a mention here, how are we going to become, as Nairobi, the energy capital of Africa? And it is through reporting such as this with data that we are able to prove that indeed, this is what we are doing, and this is how it is impacting our bottom line and our society and our community. You can hear more of us. Like I mentioned, there are multiple ways to reach us. I had shared the WhatsApp number. I will give you a minute to scan again in case you have inquiries. Our office is in Mombasa Road, Sunflag Industrial Park, which is just next to Hilton Garden Inn when you are coming just from the airport. So karibu sana, we have our showroom, we have our office, we have our warehouse, and we have our factory there. Karibuni sana. I will open the stage for questions. Karibu. If they ask me technical questions, they will be testing me. Come. I know them. Any question? Any question? So I have a question for you. When will you be coming to visit us? Asante sana. We deserve a better clap. Thank you.
You dey look but you feel see deep. Now my soul make you try keep it. If your mind dey clean, no begin.
African Electric Safari. We have 5 panelists headed by a moderator. All our speakers are in place. May I invite everybody to be seated at the conference area. We'll start the session exactly in 10 minutes time. Smart Mobility, the Great African Electric Safari. day, that is Smart Mobility, the Great African Electric Safari. Today we are very fortunate to have 5 speakers and 1 moderator. The session is moderated by Dennis Wakaboa, the electric mobility consultant and product innovator at BEV Advisory, and Dorcas Kamatao, the head of communication of Basigo, and Ahmed Taha, chief marketing officer and public relations manager, AG Energies, Massimo John, Kenya expansion specialist of Kabisa, and Neelkant Govindji, the general manager of eMotion Africa. So all our speakers are in place. May I invite all the delegates to please come forward for this interesting session on Smart Mobility, the Great African Electric Safari. We'll start in next 5 minutes time. So it is always said that the smart mobility, the green mobility, the e-mobility is the future of any country. And in Africa, Kenya has taken long strides already in terms of smart mobility. So we have 5 speakers and a moderator ready for the session on smart mobility, the Great African Electric Safari. That's the session topic. Today's moderator of the session is Dennis Wakaba, the electric mobility consultant and product innovator of BE Advisory, and Dorcas Kamatao, the head of communication of Basigo, Jorgas Mumbao, the CEO of eBikes Africa, and Ahmed Taha, chief marketing officer and public relations manager of AG Energies, and Massimo John, the Kenyan expansion specialist of Kabisa, and Neelkant Govindji, the general manager of eMotion Africa. So may I invite all the distinguished speakers on the dais. At the same time, may I invite the delegates also, please be seated. We'll start the session immediately. I believe our speakers are in place. For the attention of the speakers, there is a microphone. The mic is available to all of you. And if you would like to use the podium, that is also welcome. Otherwise, the moderator can kickstart from here onwards. So, over to you, Dennis Wakaba, the electric mobility consultant, product innovator of BE Advisory. So, gentlemen, this session is Smart Mobility, the Great African Electric Safari. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of us. We are many, we are very many. It's a pleasure to host distinguished panelists here on board to discuss, smart mobility. Yeah, because we're in the space of, zero emission, connected devices, IoT, AI, and most importantly, we need to green our planet better. So happy to hear a lot of insights from these distinguished panelists, and as also our listeners, please feel free to ask questions when the time comes. So I want to start with a round of quick introduction, and I'll start immediately to my right. And maybe, as you're introducing yourself, please describe your electric safari. What are you doing in your electrification journey? That's what electric safari means in this context. Electrification journey, and what is that unique thing that you are bringing to market, and why you are doing that?
Yeah, Asante sana. My name is Nilkant Govinji. I'm here from eMotion Africa. We are based in Arusha, and as you said, electric safari, we actually convert the safari Land Cruisers to electric. So we are the ones who are mainly focusing on the electric vehicles that are now needed for the safari, game viewing and such in the Mara, in the Serengeti and all of those regions. So we are the supplier. We take the Land Cruisers, the Toyota Land Cruisers, and then we change them from diesel to 100% electric. So whereby now the client can enjoy the quiet ride, as well as not to pollute the environment inside our national parks, because you can see the pollution in the city, but in the national parks it's the animals who are seeing that pollution. It's not us. And during peak times there are more than 500 to 1,000 cars entering any given national park or per day. So it's a very big impact, and we are here to make that change on the ground inside the national parks and the environments where we can make the biggest difference.
Right, that's exemplary. But what excites you the most about this? Why do you do it? And what excites you the most?
So the process that we do, right, we are not buying and reselling electric vehicles. So the product that we bring to market is 100% designed, built by us. We are doing the research and development. You face challenges, you overcome them, you look for solutions. So we are not selling people's things, but we're actually bringing this knowledge, this development on ground. Because now by doing this, you are educating the general public about all of this, and not just teaching them how to service the vehicles. They build them themselves in our workshops.
Made for Africa?
Made for Africa.
By Africa?
By Africa.
Exciting. Maybe over to you, Mr. Mbogwa. Do an intro, tell us what you're doing in electrifying your safari, your journey, and recently you are doing a long safari to
COP30 in Brazil. So my name is Jogs Mbugwa. I run a company called E-Bikes Africa. We build electric bicycles. We also build electric wheelchairs. We have a delivery fleet. If you've ordered from Art Cafe, from Good Life Pharmacy, Pizza Inn, Bolt Food, Ando Foods, and many other customers, then your stuff was delivered using our bicycles. Finally, we build fleet management software that uses WhatsApp and artificial intelligence to enable businesses to scale without the headache of managing riders. Right now, we offer work to over 60, nearly 70 people in Kenya. And by the end of the year, we're expecting that number to grow to over 350. A fun safari we are doing is we have a team riding our electric bicycles from Kenya to Brazil. They're using foldable solar panels. They started in Nairobi and they went down to Tanzania, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Angola, Namibia. I don't know if I got one of those. Yeah. So right now they're in Windhoek, and in the next couple of days they'll be flying to COP30 in Brazil. The idea around this trip is that we're trying to tell African stories from an African lens. We're showing that as much as Africa is not resourced, people do care about the environment, and in every town that we stop, we're doing a mini documentary about the solutions they have come up with related to climate change. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
What excites you in electrifying, Africa, or doing whatever you're doing, and what is the reason that you're doing that?
I think Africa, we're at a big disadvantage. To demonstrate this, I'm going to ask the crowd a question. If you know the answer, I'll take two guesses. Guess what percentage of Kenyans drive to work?
How many Kenyans drive to work? Hands up.
Yes?
Audience.
Uh-huh. Yes? What? 20%? Close. 30? Close. Another guess? 15? Close. Final guess? Yeah. Even closer. So in Kenya, 2% of people drive to work. Yeah. Including Ubers. Yes. Matatus is 25%. Matatus. Public transport. 73% of people walk. So in America, 85% of people drive to everywhere. So we have the lowest vehicle density in the world. Nairobi has the highest density in Kenya, and it's 4%. Our roads are already packed. We have some of the worst traffic in the world. And a lot of young people can't access finance. A lot of you here can't access affordable finance. So we are trying to make mobility accessible to people. We're trying to connect people to opportunities. Most Kenyans live within 10 kilometers of their jobs, so that you can walk there. So that's a problem we're solving.
Exciting. When you look at those statistics, they're quite scary, but they pose a very huge opportunity for your organization. So from Safari to COP, we go to a recently concluded Safari by Kabisa. You guys went to Addis. Tell us what went down, why you are doing it, and also please introduce yourself in the context.
Thank you, Dennis. Before I actually introduce myself, last year I was in a panel like this here at Powerelec, and the panelist that I was with was Tombo Banda from Cross Boundary. From that conversation, it wasn't an MOU or anything, but an actual investment into e-mobility. If you look at the news recently, they actually partnered with Ampersand and they funded it. So I'm glad to be here, and I do hope that next year when I come, you can give me money as well. So my name is John Msingo. I'm the Kenya expansion specialist at Kabisa Electric. Kabisa, we sell electric vehicles, we build up charging infrastructure, and we do the maintenance of the vehicles. As Dennis had alluded to, we did something in our minds it's crazy. Literally had a team drive up all the way from Nairobi to Addis and back. And for the guys who don't know, for the experts, you saw it, fantastic. This terrain are some of the harshest environments in the country. But these are the things that we need to do to be able to show the capabilities of these vehicles. For a lot of people on the trip, that was the first time they were actually encountering e-mobility. And that's what we need. We need people to do crazy, as we like to call it, audacious, so that we can be able to show that these things work, these things are there. Yeah, thank you.
Well, tell us one of a highlight, one of the things that you saw during that trip that you say made an impact or drove change.
It was a scary part for us, actually. One of our double cabs, the radiator broke. And so literally had to stop, had to wait for coolant to be shipped in. But for me, the most important thing was that a local mechanic in the middle of nowhere, it actually happened on the Ethiopian side, was able to fix the radiator. The only challenge that we had was getting in the right grade of coolant. But the vehicle was fixed and it moved. I can tell you that when we were getting those messages, it was not fun. We did not know if the vehicle would actually reach Nairobi, but it reached. It shows that there are people out there who can even fix these vehicles. It's not something alien. So that one for me was one of the best highlights.
Wonderful. It's not rocket science to fix an electric car, and definitely trying to create awareness along these corridors. Over to you, Basigo. Madam Doreen, tell us. Basigo has shaped the mobility space for a while, electrifying the public transport. What also excites Basigo, and what are you looking at doing? Yeah, definitely.
So beside electrifying public transport, we are also investing in charging infrastructure. So we want to ensure that as we electrify public transport, we are also deploying infrastructure that supports that particular sector to grow. So recently, as of yesterday, we did deploy 3 more charging depots to bring our total number of depots to 9. We'll be at 10 by the end of the year. And what particularly excites me about what we do here at Basigo is when recently we deployed an electric van in my hometown in Nyahururu. Things that 10 years ago, even when I was growing up as a young girl, were not reality. They were not even reality. They were not even thought about. But seeing, apart from this being new technology, seeing this vans, seeing these buses make money for the operators, allowing that particular sector to make business sense to them, which shows that it's just not about new technology, but this technology works. And the model that we are using, the pay-as-you-drive model, is working and it is making sense to operators. So operators are able to sort of accept new technology and deploy new technology because the models that we are deploying work for them.
Exciting. We should be seeing you approaching 1,000 buses and vans soon.
We'll be at 100 in Kenya by the end of the year, so the 1,000 goal is coming, and that's just in Kenya. So in Rwanda, we are also making strides. 36 on the road. We should be at 100 by the end of next year. So watch this space.
Exciting, huh? Anyway, as we move on to Ahmad, Basigo is setting up charging infrastructure. But there was a recent announcement by the president that we are going to start load shedding. But you have the solution. If you can tell us a little bit about what you do and also the nexus with charging infrastructure.
Of course. Okay, so first of all, I come from AG Energies. AG Energies, basically, it's a renewable energy company based in Dar es Salaam. We are operating all across East Africa. One of the branches is Kenya, another one is Zambia, Uganda, Rwanda, up to Burundi. We are existing there as a renewable energy company. 5 years ago, we changed the bikes we are using in our company, which are 20 bikes, we changed to electric. Then we noticed we've saved around 70% of what we used to consume on fuel and service charge and all these things. And because we are business people, we said, we should make money out of this. Tanzania has 1.5 million two-wheelers. 1.5 million. All works on petrol. Now, almost 92% of these bikes are being used as small money generators, like boda-bodas and delivery guys. The other 10% are being used also for business, but not to generate money, just to within the operation of any companies. So we decided to start working on our electric bikes. Then we discovered few problems, long time to charge, high investment. We got to the swapping business model. I think everyone is aware about this because it's very mature here in Kenya. Then we reached to the how we can integrate renewable energy in the swapping stations. So what we've done, we've built centralized charging stations for our batteries where we have enough space for PV panels. We are generating power from the sun, putting them into the batteries, then we are sending them to the swapping stations on petrol stations or on other locations. This is how we integrated the solar. It's too difficult to have solar on every charging station due to lack of space, But if you think of centralized one, it's doable. For normal stations, maybe you can contribute with 20% or I don't want to say more than 20% because I won't be realistic.
Right, and are you only doing this for motorcycles or also doing this for other fleet, larger fleet?
Okay, so ourselves, we are assembling 2 and 3 wheelers. The same battery in our business model, the same battery goes in the 2-wheeler and in the 2-wheeler, but in the 3-wheeler. In the 3-wheeler, 2 of them goes in parallel. In the 2-wheeler, it's only 1. So 1 battery, 2 batteries, but the same cabinets, same charging, same technology, everything is the same.
Interesting. Maybe coming back to you, sir, at Emotion. How are you working towards, localization, job creation, and integration of your ecosystem within where you play at in Tanzania? Whether you're opening a branch here, also, how do you build that capacity to make sure that your uptime is almost 100%?
Yeah, it's a very good question, of course, because it's not just about buying the electric vehicle or retrofitting, but it's also about the operation. So as us as eMotion, of course, we have our own team that assembles and manufactures the whole vehicle from mechanical work. I forgot to mention this before, but we are a partnership between Gadgetronics and Hanspol Automex. So Gadgetronics are an energy company, and Hanspol Automex are the ones that actually take the Land Cruisers, they cut them, they extend them, and convert them to the Safari models. So we work closely together with the Hanspol and Gadgetronics team to build up the knowledge for all of the technicians, the engineers, even the welders. We have them specifically for this job. They know what they are doing, how they are dealing with batteries, and they need to have the knowledge, right? And also additionally, we provide training to university students, students from Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, Arusha Technical College and such. So we are trying to expand because also the operators, right? If I sell the car to them, I have the driver training. We have to train them on how to drive economically the best way because they've gotten used to the diesel, If you drive the electric vehicle like how they are driving the diesel, you will never get the advertised range. You know, to the point, as an example, we had a new client who faced the same issues, that they were wondering if there were problems in the car because, you know, it was not giving the range. So I said, okay, we planned a full day to test with them. I went and I let the driver drive, and we taught him and we instructed them on how to operate, and they were very happy with that. So as we grow, of course, there are clients of ours who have fleets of over 20 vehicles. For them, we have even trained their engineers and technicians to a point that, you know, most of any small issues that come up, they can sort it out themselves, and unless they need some parts or then some advanced help, then they come to us. So we are trying to build and grow. It's not that we want only us to have the knowledge. We want everybody to know, from the operators, universities, and everyone. Yeah.
That includes that roadside mechanic, like
yes, definitely. Because and the benefit of retrofit being that not much of the systems are changed apart from the engine. So suspension, brakes, and everything else, you know, that the normal mechanic can do. And yeah, even we are doing the same thing with the normal mechanics. Then we actually invite them to come and retrofit the car with us. So that mechanic builds the car, and even tomorrow if it goes in the bush, if he calls me right now, I will tell him just check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the issue is sorted.
Amazing.
Yeah.
There's one thing, there's a huge debate in Kenya today that has been going on for a while, whether I buy new or convert my existing car. Simple answer.
Okay, so that is an interesting question. Right? Because to us, we have been in this space for almost 8 years now, since 2017, and we don't see these two things as being competitors, right? When we retrofit, we are making a purpose-built vehicle. For right now, there is no existing four-wheel drive EV. I mean, there are a lot of four-wheel drive electric vehicles, but I would very much like someone to try and take them to the Serengeti, and I want to see how many kilometers they will drive. That is the problem that we are facing, you know. So in order to overcome that, so we have now the purpose-built product, that is the Toyota Land Cruiser, the Safari one, and also the other benefit that we are getting now is with the mechanics, because everything else is the same: suspension, brakes, gearbox, you know. Spares, repairs can be done out in the field. They don't even have to approach me for spares unless it's related to the electric system. But then again, if you start looking at the costing of it, it will not make sense if you are looking at, for example, private use. Because I've been approached many times by people, they're asking me, do you do only Land Cruisers or you do other vehicles? We actually have Toyota Alphards coming out soon. But for private use, at least for the Tanzanian market, the analysis that we have done, it does not make sense. If you are using them for commercial use, that's where these figures of 70% saving that you see, for commercial use, within 2 to 3 years, you will get a return on your investment. But if you are doing it for private, unless you have the money and you want to change, I would not suggest you to convert it. It might even be economical to just buy a used Nissan Leaf, I would say. So it depends on the application. The retrofitting is not the solution for everything. You know, the retrofitting, take it as we are trying to fill in the gaps that are currently existing in the EV market.
Right, including harsh terrains.
Yes, especially that's where we started with. Now we are expanding to other markets.
That seems like hotel-based, high-end commercial use, Alphards.
Yes. So Alphards is the same. We are looking at for commercial. It's a van, you know, Uber, etc. You know, that one will be running as a business 24/7. You will make money off of it. But if you have your small Golf or IST or something like that, maybe if you use it for Uber, yes. But for private use, doesn't make sense.
Unless it's a hobby.
If it's a hobby, yes, go ahead. But otherwise.
Right. Maybe coming to Mr. Mbogwa, last mile, first mile, in terms of the e-bikes, are you also seeing it as, we've been told commercial is the most or the illest thing here. Do you see also private users getting on board? Because you've asked a question to our audience here, why are we all driving? Or rather, why are that percentage driving? And how can we get on an e-bike?
So another question for the audience. I know it's after lunch, I don't want you to sleep. How many people here are entrepreneurs? Really? In Kenya, everyone has a side gig. So, first of all, people can't, okay, I'll start this way. You remember Vision 2030? I can tell your age. In the next 4 years, half of the population will live in cities. Okay? 70% of those people will be youth below the age of 35. All of these people have smartphones, they have aspirations, they have TikTok and YouTube. Now, these guys and girls can't go to town to buy whatever they want. It makes no sense. It'll take you 2 hours, an hour and a half to get there, an hour and a half back. Your phone might get snatched. So what do? Most of you and I, we order online. Now, e-commerce in Kenya doubles every 3 years. How crazy is that? E-commerce doubles every 3 years. So from 2020 to now, it's doubled. And next year it would have, 4x. And these people are ordering from home. There's a huge demand for businesses to deliver stuff. But then as a business owner, as you guys know, you tell the customer, send a PIN. Then when the customer sends a PIN, you have a list of 10 border guys who you start calling from the most reliable to the least reliable. I have my list and you have yours. Now, the business owner sends out the first parcel, it goes. Then the next order goes to the second most reliable person, the third one. By the time he gets to number 4 or 5, then the same phone that's handling customer queries, the one that's replying to DMs on Instagram, the one that's calling the store guy, is still the same phone that he's going to use to call the delivery person. You left here with a parcel 2 hours ago. You give a bodaga your things, then he delivers. He disappears for 2 hours. He goes to have lunch, check on his family. So there's a lot of demand because businesses are not able to scale. After around 10 deliveries, 10 orders, businesses start telling you that right now we only deliver on Thursday and Saturday. And you call them very angry, asking, don't you want my money? So the logistics sector is really picking up. Riders on our bikes are as effective as riders on motorbikes. The average speed of a car in Nairobi is 22 kilometers per hour. And our electric bicycles have a top speed of 45. They rarely ever need to reach that. There's no reason why you should order a burger and fries and it's delivered on a 150 kilo motorbike. So delivery is shifting to light EVs, especially light two-wheelers. And also on the commuting side, since people live very close to their workplaces, more and more people are now buying electric bicycles for themselves. Because rather than be stuck in traffic, you could ride your electric bicycle. The maintenance cost is extremely low. And that bike, you can park it anywhere. Yeah. So we're seeing about 60-40% split between logistics and commuting and personal use. We're also seeing companies now buy them for their staff. So we have people like Menengai and a few other large companies that are empowering their staff with electric bikes.
Will there be any feedback from a commuter who uses an e-bike within Nairobi or within these cities? What do you say?
So as fate would have it, we actually have one of our customers here. I wouldn't even call him a customer, early adopter. Yes, you. I don't know if you'd be willing to give a review. So on a scale of 1 to 10, what has your experience been like using our electric bicycles for the last 18 months, I'm approximating? On a scale of 1 to 10. Huh? 10. you get a discount on your next purchase. So this bike, our electric bicycles charge at any socket. It charges in 4 hours, and that bike can get you from town to Junction Mall 10 times. And it will use electricity worth 12 shillings. 12 shillings town to Junction Mall 10 times, or town to here around 15 times, just for perspective. And our delivery riders, the guy lives in Kibera. He works during the day, at night he parks the bike, he hangs it with his clothes. It fits in a lift. The most expensive spare part costs 1,000 Kenya shillings. It's a no-brainer.
Very interesting. So how is this going with job creation, especially for the ones who are riding? Do you have any comments to talk about jobs being created?
Yeah. So this year, right now we have around, like I said, we have about nearly 60 plus people working for us. We have about 50 delivery riders, and these riders earn on average around 40,000 Kenya shillings a month. So this is an office job. We have a lot of graduates working with us, and these bikes are creating micro-entrepreneurs, like Ahmed said. And they're also giving young people a chance to empower each other. How we work at e-bikes, for example, is we open bank accounts for our riders, we connect them to finance, and we pay their wages through the bank accounts. So riders are able to access finance and grow their own fleets that they manage through our software. We've seen a lot of demand, and like I said earlier, we're expecting to have around 300 plus people working for us, thanks to this logistics and electric bikes.
Well done. It's quite amazing. For John Kabisa, you've met customers and who want to go electric. What are the hot questions they ask, and how do you meet the expectations? Being an EV distributor, retailer.
And I like to call them EV meets. And for people who've been in the industry, for electrical engineers, they might be obvious to you, but they're not to the clients. One of them is, can I charge while it's raining? We know that it's secure, you can't put in the plug, you can charge. But that's a question. Another question is, with the vehicle, can I get parts? Can I get servicing? All those are things that we've actually been able to work on as Kabisa. Currently in Kenya, we have 2 partner garages whom we have been doing, we have been taking them through technical trainings, such that in any case that, in the event that any of our clients get problems, they are able to be serviced there. I think the biggest one, I think, would be the availability of charging infrastructure. A lot of people come and, I'm not seeing enough charging infrastructure. In this December, I will be taking our electric vehicle and I'll be going with it to our rural home. And this has been made possible by the charger that, incidentally, Dennis put in Nakuru. I will then sleep in Kisumu and I'll charge overnight. And the main reason, like I said again, is just if customers ask me these questions, I'd be able to even tell them and show pictures and be like, in December I went, so can you. Yeah, thank you.
Right. There's one thing that I wanted you to mention about customer expectations, especially when they are purchasing an electric vehicle. How do you meet those expectations? Then, additionally, you can talk about how you're preparing yourself for local assembly. I know the business environment in Rwanda, where you also operate, is different from Kenya. Touch on it.
It's a good thing the government people have left. Yeah. Okay. First of all, when you look at what customers want when they buy an electric vehicle, to be honest, it is very diverse. I'll be very honest. A lot of people, they've just heard of electric vehicles, and so what you find is that you have to really go through the journey of educating them, of telling them what these vehicles can actually do. A lot of people, and I'm sure Doreen will speak a bit more about this, the thing they've heard is that it's cheaper to run. So that is the thing they come with. Now everything else, including how the charging works, how the vehicle is serviced, etc., all those things you kind of like have to take them through that journey of understanding. Yeah.
Right, and business environment, does it affect you in any way? Kenya versus Rwanda, Kenya versus Ethiopia? Fungua roho, open your heart.
Yes. So Kabisa was started in Rwanda 3 years ago. And one of the reasons that our founders started it in Rwanda was Rwanda has quite a conducive environment for e-mobility adoption. I think that's also one of the reasons why Basigo is there as well. Who knows how much you pay in terms of taxes for a vehicle when you're bringing in a vehicle in the country? Anyone?
100%.
About 100%. So someone is actually getting your. We can give you one mic here.
So, because I'm in the process of doing so, it's just, I've been quoted about 100% on top of FOB, ex-Japan.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. In Rwanda, if you want to buy an electric vehicle, you'd pay 2.5% tax. Now, you tell me, even as an investor, where would you put your money? And Wakaba, maybe maybe the government guys should have been here, and we could tell them, because I am in the process of, so my job is basically to expand Kabisa into Kenya. But from my bosses, there's only a finite amount of capital, right? And it becomes difficult to be able to convince them to come and put up money in this country while all the other favorable things are happening in Rwanda and Ethiopia. It is very frustrating, to be honest. And Kenya at this point in time is, in my mind, I may be wrong, but is leading the e-mobility conversation on the continent. And this is just due to nothing but sheer hard work, sheer perseverance of crazy people who've just said that we're going to do this, despite everything else. What would happen if the government actually helped us?
Yes, indeed. Sheer perseverance. Doreen, you persevered this market. How is business going? And you came up with a very innovative business model, pay as you drive. Maybe what other smart features that are you integrating into your business to make the consumer, the operator, the passenger more comfortable?
So in perseverance, you then learn how to innovate, to survive and thrive. So in Kenya, when we realized that the cost of importing a fully built unit is, the taxes, as you said, are crazy. So what we did is we started an assembly line at Kenya Vehicle Manufacturers. So we are assembling our buses, and in the assembly process, then makes business sense. But in Rwanda, we are importing fully built units because, again, the market there is favorable for such units. But speaking about the smart features that we've come up with, yes, we did come up with an innovative business model when we realized that compared to a diesel bus, an electric bus will be roughly 3 times more expensive if you're buying the unit upfront. So the pay-as-you-drive model just allows you to make it a bit favorable for you to acquire that bus. So what operators do is you place a deposit, sometimes which is even roughly lower than what you would for a diesel bus. And then what you do is you pay a per kilometer fee for every kilometer that you drive. And this fee covers the cost of charging and the cost of service, which then makes operating this unit very favorable to the operator. So with the model, we ensure that the bus is available to you at least 99% of the time. Our aim is to have the bus available to you 100%. So that as you make money, then that is how we make our fee. But then the fee, ensures that you're not worried about service and charging. We cover that in your per kilometer fee. In terms of innovation and the smart features that we came up with, data in the transport industry is what is missing. If you go to a local matatu owner now, they might have rough figures about how many kilometers their buses drive, but they are not very sure. It's not very accurate. That data is not there. So what we did is our buses have telematics, so we are able to, we have a model that we came up with. It's called a paid platform, where a bus owner is able to see the number of kilometers that their bus is driving. They can monitor the state of charge. With buses that have adopted cashless payment, they are able to see how much their bus is earning for every single trip. So really, we are giving them more information to be able to operate their matatu as a business, because it is a business. So for us, it's data and more data, and ensuring that what has been referred to as a mad market, people can actually make money from it because they now have the data that they need.
Right, and when it comes to assembly, how is that comparable to importing fully built? Because I know you have back orders. Yeah. What would be your wish?
More money. This is an expensive business. Capital, of course, still remains the key barrier. So for us, it's to ensure that we are working in a way that makes sense to our investors, that we are running on efficiency, but the ultimate goal is to ensure that we can assemble 20 buses a month. We now have a new OEM. We made partnership with a new OEM, King Long, and with the King Long bus, the bus is more efficient to assemble, and this is the bus that we scale with. So in the coming months, it will be very exciting to see how quickly we scale with this bus. And we launched this in September, and 2 months later, we already have 5 buses that will be delivered actually tomorrow to operators. So you can tell that in the coming months, then we will be scaling quickly. We need to fulfill the 500 orders that we already have.
Amazing. And please catch an electric bus if you haven't, because the experience is, what do I say? Experience is electric. Yeah. I think we've mentioned about some few challenges, maybe to my friend Ahmad. You mentioned about lack of space in setting up solar panels to generate that electricity you need for your swapping station or charging stations. What other challenges, including policy challenges, do you think you are facing? I believe in most markets around here, and also compare a little bit to see where alignment can happen when we talk to government, especially. Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of challenges, we put Rwanda aside, we put Ethiopia aside, then we speak about policies and regulations. Things are taking too long. The stakeholders, companies, like Basigo is way faster than the one who's making regulator as a company to have grown, you see. Emotion as well. Us, we're way faster than the one who's sitting there in the office and should it be 11% or 11.321? Where are you getting these numbers from? Like, seriously. You want to promote e-mobility, you have to make it zero. Anything closer to zero is the better, right? The closer to zero, the better. So yeah, regulations, it's different from one country to another. Then the people who are on the borders, is it called KRA here? Yeah, there we have a TRA. So also you need to explain for each individual what is electric mobility, how we are going to contribute to the community, to the market, to the country, to the environment and everything. So yeah, regulation is one of the most important barriers, if you'd say. Experience and awareness and education, it's solvable. You see, it's a challenge, but it's solvable. I heard my friend here saying about the usual questions you get from clients. There is one question you forgot to mention, which is, does it really work? From the beginning, you have to, like, does it really work? Can I get on a boda with a battery? I don't put fuel. Will it climb the hill? Can I carry 2-3 people? You should not, but yeah, you can carry 4 people, but please don't. But you can do it. You can put Mishkaki people on your boda. So yeah, hopefully we are getting there. We are getting there. Kenya is advanced. I mentioned Ethiopia and Rwanda because Ethiopia, they have banned anything else other than electric is banned. You cannot enter in the country. In Rwanda, the thing in Rwanda is everything is easy, You don't need a lot of paperwork. You go to this office and that office. Like if you decide to invest in Rwanda, while you are on the way to Rwanda on the airplane, you can finish your licensing and registration online. You see, you don't need to all this hassle. So yeah, we're getting there with all the challenges. It's almost being solved.
All right, let me open up to the audience to hear if they have any questions or challenges understanding this conversation. I can see hands up. Yep. Mic to the questionnaires.
Okay, my name is Richard. I have a questionnaire. We have this trend of having the lithium batteries for powering the e-mobility. You find that by the time a battery is manufactured in another country, maybe country A, and it gets to Kenya, you find it's almost 6 months plus. So the shelf life, for example, if to say, has reduced. What do you think about, how are you able to go about that challenge? Thank you.
We can take. So in fact, there's an incident like that. Yeah, all right.
Hi everyone, my name is Irene. I'm an entrepreneur, but I'm also a director in the Leasing Association of Kenya. So I don't know whether you'll allow me, I have different questions for the panelists. The first one is to Mbogwa. You mentioned about e-bikes. From a finance perspective, the reason why bikes are considered not very lucrative for financing, especially for leasing, we consider them because of theft. I don't know what your experience has been regarding theft of e-bikes and how does that compare to the motorbikes? That's the question to you. For Basigo, you're a member of Leasing Association, so at least I'm familiar with your model. I decided to board an electric bus just to feel the experience. I loved the fact that it was quiet. The only thing that troubled me is because the matatu culture still exists in the electric buses. So I don't know what you're doing to change that, because there's abrupt braking, and with an EV it's almost like it's an emergency brake. So it's really very uncomfortable for the passengers. So beyond the ESG aspect, because there's a social aspect, how are you changing the culture, especially for Kenya? Then on the charging infrastructure, I think it's John who mentioned about that. That's a big challenge. More recently, we saw the government advertise a tender for about 3,000 vehicles under EV. I don't know whether you participated on that. So there are two things here. One, the government is not creating an enabling environment as far as tax is concerned to be able to embrace EVs in Kenya. And then the second thing, the infrastructure is not there. So one of the things that leasing companies did, or rather the companies that participated, were really doing hybrid. So how is that then playing out in terms of you lobbying the government, so that even as we're looking to move to EV, that the government is working hand in hand with the players to ensure that you're not just pushing it because there's a global conversation, but there's really work to be done on the ground. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Pablo, I'm a software engineer. I have two questions. The first one is, do you see any opportunity in applying artificial intelligence and blockchain in your respective businesses? And if so, where do you see it? And the second one is, are there any opportunities to leverage carbon credits to help your businesses grow? Or what role does carbon credits play in your businesses?
All right, thank you. I think we can take those. So I'll start with Ahmad. Tell us about batteries. How are you managing the whole cycle, the supply chain? And if you got a late order, it overstays at the port or wherever, how is that going? Yeah.
Okay, let me go to the 10 over 10 rating guy there. He rated him 10 over 10. Anyway. Yeah, so actually we should have spoke about the batteries. So thank you for bringing up this topic. See, batteries make almost 50% of the electric bike or electric car cost. And the fact is that when you are buying this car, it has a lifetime for the battery, so you have to change it after 5 or 6 years or whatever. It should be considered into the ROI. So are we really saving 70% or 60% or 50%? Because after a few years we have to pay for the battery again. So that's a very important question. And it's one of the reasons why we decided to do the swapping business. So in the swapping, when I'm selling a vehicle, I'm not selling the battery. I'm giving you access to come and use my batteries. So the batteries are my investment. You don't care after 5 years, 10 years, or whatever, you still go and swap. But from my side, what do? Every battery has a lifetime not calculated by time, it's calculated by cycles. So 1 cycles mean charge and discharge, right? Usually the usual cells are 6,000 cycles. But can you use the 6,000 cycles in the bike or in the vehicle? No, you cannot. The 6,000 cycles are meant for the residential batteries or commercial batteries, the ones that sits in one place. No vibration, no moving, no difference in temperature from now to after a few minutes, then after 1 hour or what so. So, if you have made your study properly, you will know that after a certain period or a certain number of swaps, you should take out this battery from the market, refurbish it, repurpose it for residential use. So in our calculations, and we are open to share, we are doing 1,000 cycles, then we are taking it out from the market. We still can manage to do 3,000 cycles as a residential battery. So the battery has a second lifetime. Also, it will have a third lifetime afterwards. Do you want me to answer another question or? Okay, he asked 2 questions. The first one should go to you.
Yeah.
Because your business has it all. Yeah, I think let me stay on
Carbon
this question.
credits.
I will answer another one if
Carbon credits?
Sorry? Carbon credit, yeah. So, if you are buying a car as an individual, you won't benefit from carbon credit. If you are leasing a bus, you can benefit from carbon credit. If you are doing e-mobility swapping, you can benefit from carbon credit. Also, they can, Basigo and Cabisa can benefit. Also, you can benefit because you are doing the delivery. Nilkant cannot benefit. So, basically, to start collecting carbon credit, you have to register a project. To register a project, you have to pay a lot of money. So paying $60,000, it's not a good idea if you have 1 car or 2 cars or 5 cars. You will not make them. You'll not make any profit. But once you have a lot of cars and bikes and whatever moving on, then yeah, you register. The IoTs and all this needed items, needed technology are already there in all of our business models. See, IoT is Internet on Things that sends the real data to the one who will, end of the day, translate your carbon credit into money. So yeah, carbon credit is considered. It's doable. As I mentioned, in some models it's doable, in some other models it's not feasible.
For answering those questions, very clear. Doreen, Matatu culture.
It's this thing of you can take a person from the village, but you almost have to transport. But anyway, we are doing driver training. It's usually a standard whenever anyone is able to operate, before you operate any of our buses. However, we've gone a step further, and now we have driver rating. So that means that we expect drivers to have a certain rating internally, so depending on the number of incidences that they have, but also externally. I don't know if you had seen on that bus, there's a CX number on every of our buses, and if there's any incident, then we encourage passengers then to share this feedback with us. Any driver who has a rating of less than 3 out of 5 then is disabled from, they cannot drive any of our buses. So literally they are blacklisted and cannot operate any of our buses. So that's something that we have seen, because not only are sometimes passengers having these experiences, we are also seeing a slight increase in accidents because of driver negligence. So we have now driver ratings, and if then your ratings are consistently low within a certain period, then you cannot operate any of our buses. In terms of, I think I'll touch a bit about batteries, because then that also affects us. We were recently appointed as an authorized agent for CATL batteries in East Africa. So now what that means is that we can repair batteries, CATL batteries, which power our buses. CATL has given us, and with most of our buses, we have, like the latest one, the King Long, we have a 10-year, 1 million kilometer warranty. So then that means in case that battery has an issue, then CATL will take care of that. But also what our partnership with CATL means is that now we are able to, we'll serve as collection hubs, and this is for both Kenya and Rwanda. We serve as collection hubs for CATL batteries, which we can then now deploy them into other uses, for example. So I think that's it for us on buses and batteries.
Over to you, John, maybe.
Yeah. I think I just wanted to, I'll start off first of all with the battery issue. You spoke about transportation. It is difficult for any sort of battery to be in transit for 6 months. I don't know if that's been...
Storage, perhaps?
But not used. It's not normal. It's not normal.
Sure.
especially with lithium batteries and the cost that they have, you cannot afford a container full of batteries just sitting.
Yeah.
You know.
True. So what happens is that even as you transport, the manufacturer has recommended SOHs that need to be with the battery. SOH is the state of charge, state of charge, SOC, state of charge. Most are between 20 and 30% during transit. So you just have 20 or 30% of energy in the battery. That 3 months you'll be good. There'll be no real degradation of the battery. Clear? Yeah. Infrastructure. For me, the thing that will really drive e-mobility adoption and e-mobility infrastructure is long-distance travel, matatus. From an economic standpoint, what you need, especially for, as we've all said it here, our assets are quite expensive and quite pricey. And the only way that it actually makes sense is that you utilize the asset, sweat the asset, work the asset. When you look at trips, for me the trips that will make the most sense will be Nairobi-Nakuru, Nairobi-Kisumu, Nairobi Coast, those places. And I think that is what Basigo are doing with the van that they are talking about. I think they have actually seen, they've done the math, they've done the metrics, and it will become more profitable for the operators. Now, when they do that, that means that now you will need a charger in Nakuru, you'll need a charger in Kisumu, you'll need a charger in Eldoret, and so on and so forth. And that will actually be able to really make e-mobility travel possible. Please come put one near my village. And then the leasing aspect in terms of police. Government can do two things to really spur e-mobility. Number one thing that we all want is that they can reduce the taxes, can give fiscal incentives. Another thing is that government can also be the number one buyer. A lot of what we are saying, one of the biggest challenges that we have is the fact that the questions, can this work? I don't know how I forgot that, but that is the number one question actually. Can this technology actually work? So if government can be able to buy those vehicles, utilize them, everyone actually seeing that these vehicles are working and they're being used, and normalize them. Because right now, when I'm going to try and sell an electric vehicle, I need first of all to be able to go and show someone and let them test it out. They go to hills and everything. These vehicles work. I know that they work. But the prospective consumers, more often than not, do not. And government can actually be able to help us do that by actually procuring these vehicles and using them. With that said, as an industry, we saw the 3,000 vehicle tender. We don't know what happened, but I think all I'll say is that looking at that tender document, for anyone who's been in electric vehicle charging, there were some gaps in the tender document itself.
Because there's one topic we've not covered very well, charging infrastructure and interoperability. Your comments, both of you. As we come to just Mbogo to answer the rest.
So, I think this is a lesson that we have learned quite quickly, especially with deploying the van in Nyahururu. So we are seeing partnerships being the future of charging, because I think if you ask anyone here and deploying charging infrastructure, land is an issue. It's also a capital intensive business to sort of put up. But imagine if Vivo, for example, had a site in Nakuru that they could lend, or I become their lessee and install a charger or two. Then that for me unlocks Nakuru. If I went to Kisumu and did another charger or two, that unlocks Kisumu for me. Then that means that I'm not building depots in all these markets, in the various cities that we are going into. So I think in terms of charging infrastructures, the future is in partnership. I often say that the biggest C in e-mobility is not competition, it's actually collaboration. So if I had a charger that Kabisa could use and we get into a partnership, Kabisa does not have to deploy its own chargers. So as we move forward as an industry, I think we need to keep thinking about the other players in the industry. And as we deploy our own infrastructure, let's think about how can we collaborate with the other players in the market, because when we move forward, we do not want to move forward as an individual company. We want to move forward as an industry. So collaboration, not competition.
Turn into interoperability, because we have GBT standard CHAdeMO, CCS2, CCS1, NACS.
Okay. First of all, I think before I just touch on the interoperability aspect, you're absolutely right. Kabisa in Rwanda has an agreement with SP. Pardon my French, I think it's Société de Petroleum. They are the biggest petroleum retailer in Rwanda. And so, like, almost all our charging points are actually at their stations, and we have an agreement with that. So that has actually really helped us to be able to scale really quickly. Secondly, to Dennis's question in terms of interoperability. So I'll just try and quickly just do a brief breakdown of the different standards. You have the Chinese standards, you have the Japanese standard or the Asian standard, you have the European standard, you have the American standard. In our view, and I think this is the same for Basigo, we think that in Africa, the dominant standards will be the Chinese standard as well as the European standard. And this question, Dennis, is actually extremely important to us, and I'll tell you why. We want, as Kabisa, we want to build up a charging network all the way from Mombasa, all the way to Kigali. So if I'm going to put something in Mombasa, it has to be able to serve, Uganda, all the way eventually to Kigali. We want to do the same as well for the Central Corridor, in terms all the way from Dar es Salaam all the way to Kigali. In my view, it would be ideal if we do not clamp down and say that this is the standard that we're going to use. Let the market decide. That would be my view, because if that question is lingering, and somehow, if I invest in a certain type of asset or certain standard, and then 4 or 5 years down the line, the government tells me that no, I won't invest. So, yeah, it's tricky. I know in terms of where we get our vehicles from, etc., etc. But for me, at this point in time, what makes the most sense is that let us not legislate it.
We leave it to the open market. Mbugua, AI and e-bike security leasing.
So, in Kenya, a border guy, it's January 1st, then he goes to the insurance company and he says, I want to insure my motorbike, I want to insure myself, I want third party, I want to insure the goods I'm carrying. That guy gets a bill of 24K. This is to your question around theft of bikes. Now, around 80 to 90%, I can't remember the exact stat, of border guys are not insured. Also, when you go to banks, when you go to financiers, they tell you that this is a rowdy industry, again, also coming to culture, and we don't finance those, or we left that industry completely. So how we've gone about it is we've introduced technology. That word IoT in common speak is GPS trackers. So all of our electric bikes have GPS trackers. And then with these trackers, we're able to tell how efficient is a rider. We're able to compare the rider with other riders. So we can do a fleet average and have a comparison between all of these guys. Now, we've taken this data and we've approached insurance companies. And right now, for our riders, for example, they pay that insurance of 24,000, they pay 9,500. And by the end of the year, they'll be paying 5,800. So we've cut it down by 3. We've also been able to tell insurance companies, these guys don't have that money up front. So why then, let's then charge them per day or per month or per week, and you put a small margin on top. That way, in our fleet, for example, everyone is insured, and insurance is more accessible. Now by us using AI, predictive maintenance, and software, we're even getting to a point where the rider does not need to be insured the entire period. Why don't we insure this guy 1 shilling per kilometer when he's delivering your pizza? And then he pays 25 cents per kilometer when he's going home. And we've gotten a really innovative way to think about usage-based insurance and to de-risk these guys. Finally, on software and AI, so we've linked riders to specific bikes. And we can tell that in 3 months, we are going to need 90 tires. And in 30 days, we'll need 45 brake pads. And we are taking this information to manufacturers halfway across the world, and we are telling them, we have this expected demand, give us spare parts, and the demand is there. Also, if a rider finishes his brake pads before the fleet average, then we're able to tell that there's something wrong with the rider's behavior. Now, we are also able to, a lot of businesses, imagine managing 1,000 independent delivery riders. You'll go nuts. So a lot of businesses are switching to fleets because through the fleet we can use technology to improve the overall efficiency. And case in point, right now, one of our delivery riders on our fleet is as effective as 3.5 independent riders. So tech is playing a really huge role in this. Artificial intelligence is helping us with routing, with rider behavior, with training, and then also on changing the culture. Through fleets and through our work, it's the only thing I can speak of here. When you teach us something, we put it into a rider curriculum. When riders come to us, we train them on last mile logistics, customer service, financial literacy. The rider works, every month we have a refresher training. If we come to your business, you teach us something new, we add it to the curriculum. So you, as a small shop on River Road, when you ask for a rider, you get the same quality of service as the big boys, and we still save you around 40% of your cost because this rider doesn't have any downtime. When he delivers to Ngong Road, he'll pick something else and take it somewhere else. Yeah.
Indeed, that is smart, right? Yeah. Well, you, sir, maybe tell us any questions that you can answer. Carbon credits is you cannot benefit from carbon credits.
Yes. Yeah, so it's a very good question regarding carbon credits, and I will speak from first-hand experience because we were approached by the companies that deal with the the trading of carbon credits, right? So we were approached by them, and the major issue that we faced as a company, right, that we can do projects, but the figures. Okay, for these people that are trading carbon credits, they are trading at very high levels, you know, countrywide or, you know, big companies wide. So what ends up happening is that our production, the cars, the number of cars that we produce does not make that much of a significant impact that they see it viable to now, you know, we gave them the life cycle analysis because we have cars running about 8 years now. So we have all of the data, how many kilometers, how much fuel saved, etc., etc. But for individuals or companies that are doing this business, we have seen that it's not viable. But on the other hand, what right now in Tanzania is happening, that we actually have them trying to get the carbon trading platform as a country. So the government or whoever is appointed by the government will now get access to the carbon trading platform, and then they will be able to distribute it to small suppliers or manufacturers or, you know, whoever is dealing in e-mobility because of the scale that is required. You know, they don't want to trade 1 ton of CO2. That's not their goal. They want hundreds and thousands and millions of tons. That's where they want to do trading. So for carbon credit, at least from our side, that's what we have observed. And then, I mean, regarding the batteries, just to add that having batteries sitting 6 months is not. Unless there are problems, your batteries are not going to 6 months, you know. And for example, us, right, eMotion Africa, we know our demand, how much it is. So for next year's conversions, I don't have the batteries. In fact, we just put in the order a few days ago. So we are going to get brand new manufactured cells. If you're getting them from the suppliers, right, the suppliers will make sure that the day you place the order is the date of the cells that you're getting, or the last, you know, the cells, because they also know shipping takes 2, 3, 4 months. That's acceptable, but otherwise they make sure that you are getting the best, the latest. And regarding the same charging and interoperability in Tanzania, I mean, we haven't gotten to that scale that we are starting to think, but the government policies and all, they're all starting to think about it. One good thing I would say is that for most of the chargers, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do have the adapters that go between type 2, GBT and stuff like that. So to me, it's not that much of a problem. I mean, at my home, I have my phone charger uses a round pin plug. I just put an adapter and I use it. It doesn't make a difference. So interoperability, if you know that, you know, you have GBT available there and you have type 2, just have that charger. It's an expense. Those devices are not cheap, but solutions are there. And as far as the government goes, I share your emotions that the government should not be directing that use this charger. Rather, I would say that the government should suggest that if a customer wants to buy a car, maybe you should buy type 2, because currently in Kenya, majority of the chargers are type 2. But I do not think the Tanzanian or Kenyan or any government should say that only use this connector. No, you are stopping the advancement of technology, because now if you say only use type 2 or GBT and someone wants to bring a Tesla from US, that means he's not going to bring it. So for me, the charging system, yeah, we should make sure that the interoperability is there, you know, because even these guys, when they come to Tanzania, we want to be able to service their cars. So in that sense, we should just keep an open mind, and the government should suggest that the following standards are best, or the following standards are the most common. So maybe if you're looking to buy, you should buy those, but don't say that don't use this and don't use that. No, that's not going to end well.
right, leave it to the government. Anyway, I believe we are coming to the close, so I'll let our distinguished panelists to do their final remarks and tell us how are we going to enhance our electric safari so that we electrify everywhere. Closing remarks, and how do we ensure that our electric safari is not cut short?
Yeah. First of all, thank you. Thanks for everyone. I think something people they don't really recognize. We are way advanced than Europe and America in terms of two-wheelers, huh? That's especially Kenya itself. So we've beat them somewhere. And now we're receiving clients from Europe, in Kenya and in Tanzania. They want to copy the business model. Imagine now if you sit with a French guy, tell him battery swapping, huh? What do you mean by battery swapping? But if you say in front of anyone battery swapping, they say, Rome, Arkride, Spiro, ampersand. I'm trying not to forget anyone. Yeah, so it's something we are championing, and I think after like maybe few months or 1 year, the regulations will be in place. Then everybody will be aware from the inspectors and everything. Then I think this journey, this safari, this electric safari won't be interrupted. Yeah.
Over to you, Dorcas. Tell us, are we on? How can we accelerate it?
So this journey is for everyone. It's just not for fast movers. It is for everyone. So let's build capacity. I'd want to come to the next one and see more women on the panel. So let's include more women. Let's include the youth, and let's build capacity. I think for the people seated on this panel, let's open up our companies to the youth, internships, in jobs. Let's transfer these skills. Let's build and bring more youth and women into the ecosystem as drivers, as technicians, as mechanics. So this transition is just not about us moving electric. We are changing how Africa moves and how our cities breathe. So let's hold that dear and ensure that we are doing everything we can to move this safari forward.
And Sana John.
Yeah. For me, this thing has been, this journey is, you can almost call it evangelizing. That's what we've been trying to do. And the reason for me is the fact that I come from an energy background. And for me, literally, electric vehicles are nothing but big batteries on wheels. That's the way that I actually describe them. And the reason for that is when you look at Kenya spending $500 million a month, right, in terms of importation of fuel, that is money that has just left our shores. And it's gone. Bye-bye. It's never going to come back. What happens if 5-10% of that stays within the country? I don't have that number for the continent, but I am sure it's big. And it's something that can actually change the whole continent. So the way that I look at it is that 10% of the 500 million helps now to be able to build out our whole energy infrastructure. The energy infrastructure, you're looking at generation, distribution, transmission, yeah, those three. We have everything. Kenya, we have geothermal, we have wind, we have solar. All those things are here. So why are we spending $500 million to be able to power? For me, honestly, it doesn't make sense. And I think that's the mindset that we need to have. At the tail end of that as well, something that's also very close to my heart is, as the other speakers actually spoken about, this technology is extremely new everywhere in the world, especially for the 2 and 3 wheelers. Literally, what we're doing will be copied by other people. Can someone tell me of any other technology that, okay, there's one, M-Pesa. But for the most part, we have always been the consumers of technology and not the guys who actually now export the technology, export the skills, are the masters and quote-unquote experts in that technology. For me, that is very powerful. Same thing with servicing these vehicles, same things in terms of building up the charging infrastructure. I am extremely passionate about giving young people these kind of skills so that they can be able to better their lives. I think that if you come into this industry right now, in about 4 or 5 years, your life will change. Thank you.
Indeed, over to you, Mbogwa. Final remarks and how are you doing this safari moving forward?
So we have a team of we have an electric engineer and a mechanical engineer riding our electric bicycles from Kenya to attend COP30 happening in Brazil. Now, the other day, these guys are powering those bicycles using foldable solar panels. A few days ago, they were in a town in Zambia where they were the only source of electricity for that entire town. And that town had never seen electricity at night. And these guys were camping at a kinyozi, where you get your haircut. And the entire town came there to get haircuts. Haircuts were being done for the whole night until 6 a.m. out of disbelief that electricity has come to their town at night. When John says that these are batteries on wheels, the potential is limitless. Now, a painful truth, the price of bread in that town is the same price of bread in a beautiful seaside city in Italy called Bali. The price of Coke is the same, the price of rice is the same. As much as we can sit here and say, government, yes, government plays a role, but I'd like to challenge each one of you, all 18 of us, a sold-out show here. I'd like to challenge you all that everything is your fault. Everything is your fault. Stop blaming people for your troubles. Stop complaining. If you see an issue, do your best to fix it. Do everything in your power to make a difference in your society. And we would then get a much better society. There's nobody coming from anywhere to save us. And if this world ran on luck, then we'd all be, driving cars. I also want to give you hope that it's not all lost. And as much as there's a lot of macroeconomic issues and poor governance, you make a reality, and I believe in you, so believe in yourself too.
Thank you so much, Mbogwa. It's our fault. How do we fix electric safari?
Yeah, so let me just touch on a topic that needs to be discussed as we are moving with this electric revolution, right? Safety, okay? In terms of safety, see, anything above 60 volts DC is regarded dangerous voltage, okay? As our systems run on 144 volts DC, most commercial vehicles will be 400 to 800 volts DC. This is electricity that will kill you if you look at it the wrong way. Okay, so when we talk about empowering the people, giving them knowledge, teaching them how to fix things, I think the first point should be safety. if you are working on any electric car or rather any hybrid car. I'm in fact more scared for the mechanics that are servicing and repairing the hybrid cars, because if they see those orange cables passing and you start messing with them the wrong way, it will end badly for a lot of people. So what I'm trying to say is we of course trying our best to train people on how to deal with it, because you can safely work on it. It's not an issue, but you need proper training, proper knowledge to be able to work on those systems. So as we are pushing for the electric revolution, we should also keep in mind these things, because remember, we were always going to have street mechanics trying to, get a cheap fix, or somebody knows a guy who can fix his car better, and they will take it there. So let us not discourage that, but to make sure that we make the environment as safe as possible for everyone, right? The radiator broken was fixed in Ethiopia. Radiators are common items. But if it was something else, and if the people did not know what they were doing, it might have ended in a wrong way. So it's something that we have to keep in mind, because the normal diesel or petrol vehicles do not have that much power or capacity to harm someone in that way. But the electric vehicles, you have to be careful around them, and you have to take the proper safety precautions. So in this electric safari, let us go safely forward and be sure that nothing goes wrong in those ways.
Amazing. Hearty round of applause to our panelists. They've done well. Thank you very much. And I think we've learned a lot. So it's for us to journey in this electric safari with that knowledge, and also creating awareness, because all these things have to happen through collaboration. Underline an interesting word in e-mobility: partnerships. Let's partner to make sure that the electric safari don't stop, just like reggae.
Like honey, but I know they